Okay, I think we're ready to begin here. Um, and I've got the cooler still on low. The headset has had time to charge. It told me battery high. Um, my mic was muted, lowered the boom. So it should be where I've got a C audio. And I'll just ask how it is, how my audio is. And I even got through, I thought even go through and just resume right where I left off. And so we are going to set this assembly aside for now. I'm hooked. My keyboard cable is hooked. I do have some RAM. I've got that module in there, so we won't go far with it, but we will get that set aside. We're going to put the 4 screws. We have all the adapters here that we will set aside. I will put the hard drive on the ground. I have my thermal gun. So I was going through and I did have the unit powered on for 5 minutes or so. And I checked temperatures and I was seeing into the to the 80s with the CPU. And so it seems like the CPU is warming up. And off to the side, my cardboard. I could go through and I could clean the bench, but I just I'll have this cardboard down. In fact, I'll go through and I'll mark up that other side. Put that off to the side. Now, remember, this is and I'm just trying to come up with the best way to work with this for having the of course I have the parallel port postcode reader. I don't want to get bumping those in my clear click too much because that'll cause the oh, and I'm still okay. Internal webcam off. Okay. And I understand you. I try and show my lips when I'm talking, of course. I think Google does real-time closed captioning. And of course, the wording is some wording is probably likely off. But so what I'm wanting to say is, and I guess we will test this. I think I tested this power supply previously, but I'm not really certain at all. In fact, wonder if this will give me. To that side. We definitely want the lights. Okay. And I'm just thinking this orientation like this is better for me to show the postcodes. Yeah, I think that'll work. And I think I've got long enough cords for just about everything. We will save the power plug until last. We will put the keyboard. We are going to do our parallel port postcode reader for now as well. You can use both. Postcode reader on the bus. You can use. Okay. I don't know if I'll be able to tape. That might even be better without the extension for now. I have my masking tape that sticks to everything I don't want it to stick to. Okay. So, and remember that this does not have the latches, most of the latches, 3 of the latches is what it looks like for the Sims. So they are, and it's out of view with the power supply, but I have unmodified modules on this board. This is a board that I pulled out of the working case I had. I had a complete 65SX, had a separate spare planer that did have the sim latches. I bench tested it before, and I went through and I swapped them because I wanted the system to have the latches and be able to, and that's so I can use, these stems are doing pretty good. So I think I had it running with even these unmodified modules. If I have to replace them, you know, I wish they were in better view for the video here. And even taping those down, it really doesn't. I think that'll hold them enough with enough tension on there, enough spring tension. Okay. We are going to. So I have two 2 megabyte modules I have loaded up. I don't have a speaker on this. I do have a separate speaker pillar somewhere. Okay. So doing pretty good on viewership and all. Let's go through just to test this planer. I guess it helps if I plug in the power, right? Okay, so there's regular turnover. And as you can see, it's kind of the same indicators on the postcode reader that the center LEDs of the clock or oscillator um, don't strobe at all. We don't see the strobing. And we won't hear any beeps for this. Okay. And I don't have the diskette drive connected. I don't have. Okay. So I'm going to go through. It went quickly through. Let's go ahead and power down. I'm going to go through and I'm going to. There's a method to my madness here. Let's just set that aside. Okay. So we know that the treble okay. So we had the Boca, and I'm pretty sure where I know where the ADF for that is. I can locate or what the ADF is. We have our bottom board that was in slot 3. That's the real mystery one that I don't know right off the top of my head. And in slot 5 is this practical peripherals modem. Okay. So yeah, let's not do, put this back in just for my, so I have the planer loaded up with the adapters except for the Tribble being in slot 8. Of course, not connecting the hard drive or anything else like that. And so it recognizes the 2 megabyte modules that we have. It's going to give us still the 601 because no diskette drive connector. And it's going to give us the 161, 163. Now, I'm going to go through for, no boot device. We're going to press F1. It's giving us the not okay, saying, hey, you're not okay. Okay, so it's dropped us. And I pressed F1 twice. That's why it gave us the list. Okay. And I should have prepped for this. But you know what I'm going to do is we are going to get, and I could have put a message on my background TV again. So, as I say, I could have prepped better. We might even see a link to, I'll put this on the, run this from the cardboard. And I'm not trying to obscure anybody here. And for the moment, let's go to that. Let's go to that. Okay. I thought I clicked the Chrome. Give me. Okay. So YouTube. And I am going to go to my own videos. It's showing our YouTube live. Okay. And across your channel. And I want to do, and I'm just going to look under Peter Wentz. Okay. And I want to have the later one because I like the code a little bit better as I do it. And in fact, let's go through. Oh, and this is the, come on, give me, okay. I said pause. Okay. So earlier Dave is going to help later Dave. And I'm going to go back because I have to be able to see what I type. Okay. Set that keyboard aside so I don't get confused. And get up on, so I'm in view. And I'm able to see what I have on the screen. You get to have me type slow. And so the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to put us in a screen one. And that just makes things big. We don't need a whole bunch of space. I'm not really worried about capitalization. The to 15. Okay, to 30. 30. I press enter instead of space. Out. Hexadecimal. 96. I'm really hearing the cicadas too out the window. Bugs that come out, they don't have any mouse. All they want to do is they are on their breeding cycle. They want to breed and die. And it's the annual cicadas that are out there right now. Not the multi-year cicadas. Okay, and a semicolon on the end, and 50. Print. Hex. String. I'm sorry my typing is so slow. And hex. And 01. Hex. String. And I like this one a little bit better because it gives in conventional order from slot 1 up to slot 8. And so what I'm doing here is I'm getting the POS ID or the adapter IDs of what is in Q. So we do a list. So there's our program. Capitalizes everything but what I got in quotations, of course. If we run it, So, and any leading 0 is suppressed in this case. So nothing in slot 1, slot 2 is empty. Slot 3 is assembly 0741 for the POS ID. The nothing in slot 4. Slot 5 is the, in fact, we'll go through. New window, Arden tool, and we scroll down to our adapter description files. Okay. We want to look through 0741. Okay, that is not, oh, 07 or 1. Why am I looking in? Zero 0741. I do not have, there is not a ADF for that. I'm going to make sure that 7. Do we have anything for like 70? Yeah, so we'll probably just go through and probably just pull that adapter in slot 3 for configuring the system. Because I do not see an ADF for it. Moving on, 6FCB for the slot 5, modem in slot 5. 6FCB is the PM 2400 PS2 internal modem. And it's even got an image, practical peripherals. So that is what we've got in. Okay, and so we're doing ADFs. Put my reference diskette in my USB drive for that system. We're going to go through and we're going to save link as, and okay, so that is downloaded, that show in folder, and we're going to right click and to send it to A. Okay, so then, so now we got the modem for the slot 7. It's 60EF. And 60EF. Scroll way back. Come on. 60EF. Really? 60EF, I don't have a Boca. 60E5. Oh, 60E5. I'm misreading things. And let's even look at the version. We have a picture, and that shows a socketed chip as well. Okay. So we're going to go through save, link as, save, show in folder, and we're going to right click and swish that over to the A drive. Now, since this is the 65SX reference diskette, we should have the Tribble adapter should be there as a default. Now, I don't want to necessarily pop the diskette drive out of this. In fact, so I'm going to go through and I want to go through and kind of partially configure okay, very gently pulling out the diskette drive. Okay. So I'm going to have to pop. Okay. What I'm doing is I'm popping off the front panel so I can remove. Yeah, because that's probably good to show at least. Okay. Okay, so here is the diskette drive. I put my thumb, in the dust on the front. That's the dust coating. Just there to get the diskette drive. And you can see how the cable is rewired for the power. I think it's the power pins ultimately. But that goes to a 34-pin connector that's the same as my little go-to drive. So let's go through. We're going to test this anyway, just to see if it still works. Hope upon hope. So I'm going to go through. I'm going to power down the Mul 60. We're going to put the diskette drive. We have our reference diskette. We're going to put that in the drive. Okay. So that drive doesn't latch. There's something mechanical with it. So swapping the diskette drive straight away. Our little go-to diskette drive. I'd set it up on the PSU, but and our reference diskette in the drive. Okay. So we are going to switch back to the display. At the end of this, I might also test some other RAM modules. I could go through and I could test my whole bag of 2 megabyte SIMs. 2 megabyte SIMs in that bag. Okay, and it's going through and it's running the reference diskette. And I mainly want to do here is to show these that the non-volatile RAM should hold. Okay. Oh, and I didn't take that one adapter out. Okay. So it's going to warn us that it's not finding the adapter for slot number 3 straight away. Okay, let's do some checks. Even though we have this other adapter, so this is showing up ambient temperature about 83 degrees Fahrenheit. Okay, we knew that that would happen. Okay, so we're going to escape out of that to still run the rest of the configuration. Okay. And when, let's go through, let's briefly shut down. We're going to pull the adapter from slot 3, set it aside. We don't have an ADF for it, so we're going to have to kind of continue on. That's going to be a study item for later on. Power up. Okay. And I wanted to make sure that, you know, okay, and we still have the reference diskette in the drive. We still should set date and time. Okay. Okay. So we're just going to escape out of that. Okay. So that's going to be that Dallas module. Okay. And I want to show this on okay. Yeah, we're going to swap in. I guess I could look on. Okay. So what we're going to do here, I think it's going to cycle around for the automatic configuration. What I want to demonstrate here is go to the camcorder. We will go to taking the internal webcam off the screen. Okay, so we have the digits of this postcard reader visible. Probably have them visible here as well. What I'm going to do is, we know that we have a functional system otherwise. And I actually had the occasion one time to see this. I think I saw it with the other in-volatile RAM module. So here is the DS1287. It is pulled off of the planer. Okay. So there is going to be no video. And let me just briefly flip over. Okay. So there is no video. And let's go back to camcorder. And let's go to, okay. So okay. So as you can see on the postcode reader 06, so we went past postcode 01 with the non-volatile RAM, the DS1287 removed from the system. So that's what the postcode for that is. Okay, we are going to power down. I am going to grab the modded chip. I'm going to pull the battery. I am going to put this on the board. Okay, so real-time clock module is back present again. There is no battery. We're going to go through and power up. See, there's the one. It quickly went through that. Went all the way up to 6 again. Okay, and I thought it would actually show video on the screen and complain. I didn't think it would halt. I thought it would go through and continue. Okay. So that halted at 6. Let's put the battery in. Powered up. Okay. So battery in, it continued. I had other systems that I had the battery pulled, the external battery pulled, and it was fine. It advanced past postcode 06. Okay, we're gonna have video here. Okay, and I still have my internal webcam up. Yeah, I definitely have, backup. There's a reason I have parts around. Okay. So this is going to give us the same battery warning. And as I say, this is a learning moment. And you notice it takes a long, long time, blinking cursor on the screen and the drive access, but it takes a long time for it to cycle through on the reference diskette. Do not, you know, do not jump the gun on this. Give it time. Give it a couple F1 presses when you start up, and just be patient with it because okay. So automatic configuration is now run. Okay. So remember that this has more than 4 microchannel slots. It has an extended CMOS non-volatile RAM as well. Okay. And I'll actually go through and we'll see the date code on it in just a moment. Okay, automatic configuration is complete. I leave the reference diskette in the drive, pressing enter to reboot it. And this is part of the diagnostic process, going through and stripping back to a bare minimum, having replacement parts that you can go through and split the issue in half or close enough at each step and go through on your diagnosis. So it's telling us date and time is not set. We're going to go through and set features, set date and time. Okay. We're going to the 6th, the 4th, and this is the time that it is here right now. Okay, F3, set configuration. Well, I want to look over the configuration. Okay, so let's go through and view configuration. There's our serial adapter. There is our modem. And even it's unidirectional. Okay. We could set that to bidirectional, I'm assuming. So in slot A, I mean, that's where the triple's going to be in a moment. Okay. So let's go through. Let's look at the revision levels. Okay. So back out. Okay. And at this point, what I want to do is eject the reference diskette. We're going to put our bootable diskette, DOS bootable, IBM PC DOS 4.00. And the method to my madness here is showing that we have a system that's going to boot from the diskette drive. It's not up to the level of the hard drive. And I mainly want to see that there is a that non-volatile RAM, that 2 KB of extended CMOS, that module, I want to make sure that that is working. Okay, so there we have the time and date prompt, and we are good. And this is a minimal diskette. I don't have much on this diskette other than just the boot files. And I need to copy over the whole PC-DOS version 4. But we have a bootable system. Okay. So, I mean, we could go through for a long-term shutdown of the system to be able to test that extended CMOS. I'm believing that it's saving the configuration. It would have complained otherwise. I think these non-volatile, these 2 KB modules, I think, and I want to look at the date on this. Okay, let's get switched back to the camcorder now that the system is off. Okay, and showing that up close. And that is that's 1989, the 23rd week. Okay. Now, we could go through and I'll probably swap the other newer dates in those modules. Well, let's leave this one in place. But let's do this. This module is now removed, the extended CMOS module. Okay. Remember, we should have a bootable system otherwise. Okay. So this is what happens with the extended CMOS removed. It halts at the 07 post code checkpoint. So it halts at 06 when the real-time clock module is removed. And in this case, when there's no external battery or no battery to run the chip. And I thought I'd seen on other Dallas modules that the battery is flat. It'll still post, although to complain about low battery. But remember, if you don't have video and you that the system is not posting no video or anything like that at all, you haven't done that Dallas mod, or you could suspect that that Dallas module is bad. Go through and have a parallel port postcode reader go through and check it. And if it halts at 06, you know that it's that Dallas module. If that's a system with the Dallas module that halts at 07 for this module, then you know that that battery is flat, or that chip is gone. So if I would have gone through and I picked it up from Edgar Digital, if I'd have gone through and just put Sims in there, say it was the planar worked, I would power it on, and those modules, it would have halted at 06, telling me that the modules is removed. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to power down. I'm going to put the module back in place. And that's already been programmed. It's got the internal battery. And we see it advance past postcode 07. Okay. Okay. We still have the bootable floppy in there. Everything looks good. No warning about battery, anything else, configuration, anything. So what I want to do next, I'm power down. Get the battery out of the way. I want to go through and we're going to do this. We're going to pull, and I mean, that's easy without the latches. We're going to pull both SIMs. So there's no RAM. Powered up. Okay. We get a memory error, and it's just zeros all across. And 201 is a memory error. And so it's understandable here that a code, we get video, it goes through and advances past I didn't see what postcode it stopped at. And you guys will have to take my word for it. Okay, it's halting at postcode 10. So 10 hexadecimal ultimately for no memory. Next, I want to do what capacity is this module? Okay. Who knows what this is? This is an 87F5041. So it's IBM memory. It's got 10 chips. Let's go through and what is slot? I mean, I would assume J15 is the first SIM slot. And normally that's the deepest. That's the deepest slot. Okay. So we've got a SIM in there. Powered up. Okay, still halted the memory error. So that's an unrecognized memory. If I were to, I was wanting to go through, if you have a invalid memory module, it can do a 225 error. So, just wanting to kind of show what can happen. I want to look to see, and this has got 12. Let's go through. This is a 4 megabyte module. And I'm holding it in the system. That's interesting. Doesn't boot. Okay. So we know that that memory is not functional. This is a Kingston module, a KTM 4000 for the MAL 70. Okay, we still have a memory error. What I'm wanting to do is just, I was wanting to check to find out if I had memory modules, these 4 megabyte modules that would function. Okay. And that's still giving me, or is it the other? Is it the other slot that is? Okay, so I'm going in J15. Let's try J16. And J16 is normally the topmost slot. Okay. Still bad. So, okay. So yeah, we're encountering these errors. It's just not liking the RAM. And this is just modules that I've put my hands on. In fact, I think this is 70 nanosecond anyway. So I didn't expect it to work. I just wanted to kind of briefly check the RAM that I had there just to make sure and show on the postcode readout. Okay. Now let's see with a 2 megabyte module in J15. Okay. So didn't like that. Let's go, or J16, the most accessible slot. Now for J15, the least accessible slot. Okay. And we've got the same amount of RAM as we did before. Choose, okay. And it thinks that it changed for some reason. Get to the point where so maybe I could have, I mean, I would have liked to had two 4 megabyte modules. Would have been grand. Okay. So automatically configure the system for the RAM. Okay. And for actually me being on screen, we're about an hour in again, and that's fine. Getting places now. Okay, so one of these modules with the tape that I have here is just not doing well. And I probably had it set to 4 megabyte before. It's probably going to want to rerun config if I get the and that's why I replaced this module, remember? This planar, because these SIM connections are not really, it doesn't hold the SIM in place real good. And I think I can advance forward that. Okay. It's probably going to want to rerun the config. Let's see. Nope. Okay, didn't give us a warning. It's set up for 4. And see, once it's set up, it's quick. It's quicker into the to boot the reference diskette. So, and to answer the question, John, that so bad memory on this or no memory, it gets up to postcode 10 hexadecimal, 10. And so on the bad planar is it's halting at postcode 01. So it's not getting very far at all. And so we know that in this case, the error that we're having from the other planar is not RAM. It's not RAM. And so what we're going to do now, F3, F3, F3. And I think MEM is a internal command. I mean, I'm booting to the PC-DOS version 4. Okay. And as I say, I think, okay, MEM is not an internal command. I would thought checking memory, I would have thought would have been fundamental. Okay. Powering down. We have a planar with memory, just 4 megabyte. I would have liked to go higher because we don't know what OS is on that hard drive. But we are ready past, I mean, I could go through and I could bench. Let's do that. We're going to pull the postcard. We're even pull the parallel port postcard because I want to go through. I mean, there's going to be a configuration that we're going to run first anyway, but I want to get the mouse plugged in. We've gone through and we've kind of checked postcodes. We know what's going on. I know that I've got a Dallas module that I'm gonna modify later on, part of my assembly line, and I've got the module in there right now that has the external battery. Okay. We're going to eject the DOS4. We're going to put the reference diskette. And this is going to be interesting for all that. Now, it's going to be in slot 8, the triple adapter. Normally, you want to have your hard drive controller in these types of systems. You want it in slot 8. Okay. We need power for the hard drive. And we need, and I'm not going to run it without, I'm not going to run it with the triple without the hard drive. I want to go through and get everything. And we may have to pull some tape. I should have brought some other, I have other SCSI cabling around too. Okay. Now remember, the other thing to remember, and that that it wasn't really evident, but I swapped the BIOS chips from that planar that's in the case to this planar. So we are running on the BIOS chips that we originally tested that halted at 01 in that other planar. So we know it's not a BIOS checksum issue. This system is able to run that BIOS. Okay, so we're going to automatically configure the system. I mean, I'd like to show that Tribble, and you can go in and you can run the configuration on your own. If you've added an adapter, you don't always necessarily have to select automatic configuration, but running the automatic configuration, we have to remember that it will want to reboot at the end of that cycle. There's no way of going in and checking the configuration unless you go through and boot. And we can do that. We can boot from the reference diskette again, just to make sure that we got everything set up. And then I'm gonna eject that reference diskette, and we're gonna run the system. And once it runs, we see what's on that hard drive. We see the OS and everything else. And then it's a matter of me just putting everything in the case, putting this replacement planar with the original BIOS. We can go with the 4 megabyte of memory for now. I'll have to learn what chips I have around and what ways I could go through and I could enhance the memory, expand the memory if I have the need to do that. So we're going to go through, we're going to check, we're going to do the set configuration. Remember, give this a little bit of time as it goes through. All we need is a little bit of patience. Yeah, to me, that's the whole thing of the system. I know that I have enough parts to get it working. But what's on the hard drive is the system to me. That's what is the unknown factor. Does that hard drive work? Does the kind of like the executive workstation. I replaced so many pieces. I know it's a Model 30 planar, but I wanted to get it booted and then run the diagnostic diskette. And I could run the diagnostic diskette on a plain Model 30 without, a hard drive or whatever. But that was the critical thing to me. So we see the defaults. And as I say, the SCSI ID for the adapter, IBM style, is 7. And the bootable, the primary hard drive, if it's a SCSI drive, is 6, typically. On the Model 80, we saw that as 2. That is not following IBM convention. Normally, it would be set to 6. I'll have to even look at that and see maybe the SCSI ID bit for the bit 4, or the value 4, maybe that is changing it from 6 to 2, the lack of that jumper or something. So we see the SCSI adapter there configured correctly. Okay. Now, if we do the SCSI device, now, sometimes for the SCSI device, and remember on IBM systems, if you have 2 SCSI hard drives, or you add a SCSI CD-ROM, something like that, it wants to rerun the config. And a lot of time, if you pull the hard drive, you pull a secondary hard drive, the system will complain about the configuration, but it'll ask you that if you want to keep the drive. In other words, you're suspecting that you could fix it and get it operational again, or discard the drive. In other words, you're pulling it, removing it from the system. And sometimes when it's to set and view SCSI devices, it's better even to go through the whole configuration, pull the battery, and go through the whole configuration as you have the system configured from entirely, rather than getting in there, having the system configured for everything else and going through and the changing the SCSI devices. But just because it's SCSI devices, that configuration sequence, it's just better to rerun the whole config again. If you have ADS for all your adapters and everything else otherwise, you would do that. Okay. So it's recognizing that that SCSI hard drive, and we have everything else set on the system. We're going to eject the reference diskette. Okay. And we are going to do enter to restart the system. Moment of truth here. And this is another, hour and 10 minutes, hour and 20 minutes for this other stream. Okay. Yeah, and what did a MUL65SX come from IBM as? This looks like it's the original drive. Ha! Threw us into ROM Basic. It didn't have a bootable drive. So never fear. What do we have here? We have a bootable diskette. Who knows why that the system didn't boot? Maybe it's just it's an old drive. There's something that happened to change. So we have our bootable diskette, PC-DOS version 4.00 in the diskette drive. Backup plan is to boot from diskette and then look at what is on the hard drive. Yeah. And I recognize that SCSI drives, you can set the different SCSI IDs. I'm saying IBM convention. You have an IBM SCSI controller, Tribble, Spock, Corvette, Corvette Turbo. The convention is, and this is separate than the Patriot is a rebranded future domain SCSI. But typically on SCSI, an IBM SCSI, you want the controller set to SCSI ID 7. You want the first primary drive set to ID 6. That matters when the system has an IML partition. You have to have that on a particular SCSI ID 6 for an IML partition. Okay, so we're booted to DOS. We're over to the C drive. Okay. Now that command.com 62993, it doesn't look like okay. So there's a readme.txt. Now is that looks like a newer DOS version. 629 of 1993. Is that PC DOS? Or is that MS DOS? So, and unfortunately, we booted from diskette, so you can't do the ver command or anything like that. So it's got DOS shell. RAM boost and RAM setup. That sounds like That sounds like PC DOS to me. It doesn't sound like MS DOS, even though it has some of the MS DOS components. Can somebody look up what the 29th of June, 1993, what command com version? And normally Microsoft would have time-stamped their they would have time-stamped their version as 6.22 or whatever. Okay, I get ready for hitting, because we don't have the more command on that diskette that we booted from. Oh, I wanted to do enter. Okay. So DOS 6.1, and it talks about the IBMBio.com. This is PC DOS 6.1 is what it sounds like. Okay. And even talks about that it will go through. Okay. So the best way to do this, we're going to get back to the root directory. We're going to type our auto exec .bat, and it goes to DOS shell. Okay. Type our config .sys. Okay. And there's nothing but booting to PC DOS 6.1. Now, the best way for me to do this is I have PC DOS 6.1. In fact, I just moved it the other day. Moved it from the file cabinet where it'd be very accessible right now to a back shelf, but that's fine. I can go through. In fact, since I'm not on the camcorder right now, I don't plan to go back to using the camcorder. So we are going to get that out of the way. I'm going to get the case. I have the case. Let's get back to my headset. Real nice. It goes through. I'm able to travel back. And I do have things kind of convoluted back here. But I am going to grab it's version 5, version 5. PC DOS 7. I'll bring that out anyway. Okay. PC DOS 7, PC DOS 6. Oh, this is good. MS-DOS. So MS-DOS. Reach. Oh. 5. Okay. Now we have what we need. In fact, ooh. Ooh. Okay. So this makes it a little bit of a challenge. We have, I've got a box here, and it's not shrink wrapped. Close it. But it is PC-DOS 6.1. I also have PC-DOS. There's the guidebook, another extra guidebook of version 6, which is also 6.1. And IBM went through, they didn't name it version 6, they named it version 6.1 to avoid the confusion with MS-DOS. And there is PC-DOS 7, and I have the PC-DOS 7 on diskettes. Okay. So in my 6.1, I do indeed have diskettes. But, and this is the OEM version of PC-DOS 6. And as you see down there, it's got the version 6.1, 5.25-inch diskettes. And these, probably for the number of them, 5 of, okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Brand spanking new diskettes. I doubt if they've even been used, but they're 5.25 format. Now, normally what I'd want to do is I could go through, and if I could get booted from the diskette, I would just sys the drive. All you do is you do the sys command, and we saw that in the directory, in the DOS directory, the sys.com. So I might try it just to see if that will bring us around. That's a challenge. But yeah, we're in the wrong format. I do want to save away the 6.1. I want to have a system with even 6.1. I want to have a system with PC-DOS 7. And then there's also the PC-DOS 2000 that it just takes PC-DOS 7 and makes Y2K DOS, basically. And those are probably even on the net. So we're going to try first. We're going to try going to our DOS directory. and I'll show you. Okay, so we have that sys.com file, and that is the one that goes through and it copies the system files, which are normally hidden. And we don't even need to do a full format. You do a full format, of course, you lose everything. That's backtracking. So first, and you don't want to go through and mess with fdisk because there may be something to the master boot record or something. There is so let's just try. And so here's another thing we can do. We're going to try syscene first. Now, and IBM at least wasn't as nasty as Microsoft. Microsoft had incremental version. You can have MS-DOS 6.21 and you boot from a diskette that's got MS-DOS 6.22, and you can't run the DOS utilities on the hard drive. Complains incorrect DOS version. Because, so if sysc fails, cannot specify the default drive. So here's what we do. Okay. We go through. It has also the format command. So we are going to make a diskette, a bootable diskette from this installation on the hard drive. Microsoft stuff, you remember, it's hard, you can't do it. It's you have incorrect DOS version. So we'll go through and we'll make a bootable diskette of PC-DOS 6.1. We'll boot to it. We'll have the sys file on that, and then we'll sysc. Does that sound like a plan? Okay. So a couple commands. Okay. So, Charlie, I have a book that's really good for that. It's called Undocumented DOS, and it is that's the go-to book for and hopefully the command.com, us booting from the diskette drive, we're kind of in uncharted waters here, but we're in the DOS directory. I'm going to go format A. I don't think we have to give it all the switches, the unconditional and all that. We're going to do /s for the system files. Just like Microsoft. Naughty. You naughty, naughty, naughty people. Okay, so I have an option here to save away these older DOS 6.1. Now, is it going to complain? And I doubt if I can do a set ver or anything else like that. This thing is just going to be difficult then. Can I do a command.com? Can I call another command interpreter? You booger. I just want to look at one thing in particular too. It doesn't include any of the basic stubs for running ROM basic. That's interesting. I thought it did. So IBM DOS doesn't include the basic stubs. And really, for the moment, the heat of the moment, as it is, I want to be able to continue the stream. I don't want to go through and wipe out a hard drive. I want to have a system that's able to boot PC-DOS 6.1, but also have the PC-DOS 7.1 diskettes here. Or, I mean, PC-DOS 7. So I could do an upgrade. I could save away this DOS directory and then do an upgrade to the PC-DOS 7. We do see, but John, we do see that this is PC-DOS 6.1. There's no other programs on the system. I'm trying to think of a see, for all the commands, all the utilities, it's going to tell us incorrect DOS version. I could go through and try and defrag or MBR. Is MBR even a... And I don't, on the diskette with PC-DOS 4.0, I don't have any utilities. I just have boot files. I don't want to boot back to PC-DOS. I was just trying to come through as a way to restore the bootable abilities of this drive. I was wanting to sys it. I need a system with 6.1 that I could create a boot floppy and then sys it. I desire to have 7.1, but I've got those on diskettes, and it's not all that. I don't want to really do a stream and update and everything else there. So we've already, okay, so this is a fresh diskette. Man, I wish I could trick it and go through and be able to generate a diskette. And I just don't have a bootable diskette from PC-DOS 6. So PC-DOS 7. You know what? I'm going to boot. Okay, first we're going to go through and we're going to try and boot again. The drive has had enough time to warm up or whatever. Yeah, and I do have the USB drive. That'd be one way. I don't know if I want to go through and mess. I don't know if it'll mess up. Yeah, it probably will, because you sys and it's going to copy the files from the diskette over to the hard drive. And I'm going to end up in the same fix, because I was thinking I could boot from the PC-DOS 7 diskette, right? And then I could go through and sys the drive from the diskette, but it's going to sys it for PC-DOS 7, not 6.1. I'm wanting to try and preserve the PC-DOS 6.1 whatever I do here. And I do have a blank diskette. I do have a okay, so WinWorld. Okay, can I do just a now these are 64-bit. Okay, there's the WinWorld. Okay, we see it on the big screen. I guess the lighting here is still, it washes out the background screen. But here's the PC-DOS 6.x. Okay. And is this truly, that's an ad. Only 165 downloads. Okay, so there's our 3.5 inch. I don't know how well people are seeing. And there's even the PC-DOS 6.30 Italian English. Let's just go ahead and let's grab the boot diskette. Now, in Kansas City, USA is closer. And it still is taking a minute. And as long as we have the sys file on that bootable diskette. Now I still have WinImage, the unregistered version on here. And I have the WinImage, I have it on the other. I'm just pondering aloud. No, it's that you're not creating any doubt for me, Hugh. I you have to think back to the time. Like I say, I thought, hey, great, I have PC-DOS 7. Let's boot from that diskette. Let's sys the drive, but that goes through and that messes up things. In fact, I'm glad I caught the incorrect DOS version because I don't want to get in a fix where I'm doing something to this 6.1 installation. Not that it's anything special. It's just, it's a separate. Okay. So this is in 7-zip. It's zipped up. I have 7-zip on the system, I would think. I think I do. Yeah, and if I didn't have it, why is this system? Okay, so there, it's putting it on the other screen. Oh boy. And I'm gonna probably have this for WinImage as well. If it comes down to where I have to run it, it's gonna complain that it's not a registered version. It's better for me to grab. Okay. So we'll go up, up, up. We want to go to our actually. I've got things going up on every screen around. Okay. So if we go to our downloads, okay, open with, yeah. Okay, I just, okay. And I'm going to create a folder. Uh, I intend to return and download the other PC-DOS versions later on too. Um, okay. So, man, it'd be great if I can. So I'll bring the 7-zip over here. We are going to our PC-DOS. Okay. Okay. And we want to extract. Oh, so it's 5 diskette images there too. So I wonder if those 5.25-inch diskettes are 1.2 megabyte. Okay. So we're going to extract to that PC-DOS. Okay. Now we have the Win image. Okay. So for oh, and I remember I have Win image on the hard drive. It's not as an installed program. Um, and it's going to warn me about that it's not registered, blah, 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 on my primary screen. And I thought I was doing real good here to have all the reference diskette and everything else. Okay, this PC, local disk, PC DOS version, or the, okay, so there, and I can see from the files, and we have to see if WinImage is going to work for my machine here. Remember, I had problems with it before. So the sys file, sys is there. Okay, so we're going to go through and we're going to write to the disk. Yeah, this is going to give us. See, I don't know why with this system it doesn't like okay. So use floppy A. But this system does not like the diskette drive as much. So I'm going to have to go through, go over to my recording system, and I got to reload the whole, download again, extract everything for the PC-DOS 6. I mean, unless I had a way to move it across the network or something else. I'm not going to get into that. I'm just going to do it old school. What an irritation. So yeah, we're trying to catch Chris up. Chris that's been promoted. So we have a SCSI hard drive with PC-DOS 6.1, but it doesn't boot. In fact, I'm going to go through. We don't have a disk in the drive right now. We're going to cause our. We're going to get our 65SX to boot again. And it throws us into ROM basic. That's fine. Now the question is, we looked at the autoexec.bat and all that. Yeah, it doesn't system back or anything like that. That's fine. So I'll leave that up on the screen. I should have already started the download. I'm sorry. Okay, so we re-download the file. Yeah, I could have. I could have used the disk. I might as well get the image in other places though. It downloaded it quicker over here. I know that I have WinImage. Well, I know that 7-zip and WinImage and all that is set up better on the system. So I'm going to go through. I just rapidly am going to recreate all the steps that I just did a moment ago. And that is only for the thought that that WinImage doesn't want to work with a diskette drive, a USB diskette drive on that little Think Center. That's just the way it is. I've had problems with that before. I'm getting problems with it now. But we're gonna get there. We're gonna get where we need to be. No, it runs WinImage fine, but you go through to write the disk, and it's set up to use drive A, and it just does nothing. And so, you know, but I should have known that there was going to be. Okay, so we have. Okay, we're in extract. We are to the point where we have the image. We're going to go through and we're going to go over to launch our WinImage on this machine. I think I put it the same place. And I could then again I could get the registered version. I could there's a lot of other steps. Okay. So we're going to open. Okay. Our PC-DOS 6.1 directory, disk 1 image. Okay. And we are going to write the disk. And it does the same. So remember on this system is different in that I have a different utility there that is ARD. So WinImage on my end has trouble with the USB drive. So fine. We're going to use, okay. Make diskette from an image file. It's too bad you guys can't see. Okay. So we have a blank diskette in the drive. I want to go through. It's asking me where the image is. Okay. And it is a. So I ended up having to use a whole different utility anyway. And it's going through and making that diskette. Diskette is defective. Fine. This is another factory fresh diskette. We are going to go through and to and it has this as icons. Diskette from image. Yeah, I don't want to upset any of the Apple cart. I just want to assist the drive to make the drive bootable for the operating system of PC-DOS 6.1 that's there on the drive already. Who knows why that doesn't boot otherwise? And the simplest way to get it to boot is to sys it. And, you know, youngsters don't know the struggle. They may have Windows and all sorts of different things. But back in the day, you had to remember these things of those incorrect. You had to think incorrect, you know, DOS versions, warnings, and all sorts of stuff. Okay, so my diskette is about 3/4 of the way finished. And there's really no way of prepping for this for a live stream. We are coming up on the second hour of the second session. So this is almost 4 hours on video so far. The Model 80 was a lot easier. Yeah, I had to explain it earlier. The guy says, you know, you get in trouble for doing that. And I said, what? And he says, well, thinking. And I had to tell him it was an IBM shirt. And Okay. So it just chimed at me that it's completed. Okay, and the access light finally went out. I am going to go through. I want to take a peek at the files. Okay, so we have files there. And that created an image of that diskette. Diskette 1 should be bootable. So here's our PC DOS diskette 1 that has the files on there, not probably all the installation files and everything else, but it's bootable enough to run the sys command from the same version of PC DOS that is on the drive. Starting PC DOS. Now we are cooking with Crisco. And Chris, we know what's on the drive already. It's just a minimal install. It's just PC DOS. That's it. Nothing more. I don't know if that's a wipe of an original drive. I would think it'd have other applications and other stuff. And we don't want to go through the setup. I don't know what it does for the setup to check on that prior version. And this may be a new enough PC DOS that, and I'm getting a warning that the YouTube is not receiving enough video to maintain smooth streaming. And so that happens when I go back to just a text-based video capture portion. There's not as much video compression just because only my webcam is being captured that changes on a regular basis. So just like MS-DOS, I just went through this the other day, that F3 to exit. Yeah, fdisk MBR, and we can't do fdisk MBR unless we booted from the diskette as well. So we do sys C. Boy, that takes a while to think about that. System transferred. Okay, so the thought is, and we still have the option, at least we have the boot diskette now. And it'll want to go through system setup and everything else. Now the system transferred, I mean, I saw the command.com in there before. I didn't see the IBM bio, the two hidden files. Throws us into ROM Basic. And it quickly threw us into ROM Basic. So yeah, it's going to be an fdisk MBR now. And really in the end, I guess I could go through and I could get all 5 images of PC DOS 6.1, and I could reload the whole OS again, and going through and fdisking and there's nothing else to preserve on the hard drive. As we see it. Now, I wanted to look at, I wanted to have a system with PC DOS 6.1, PC DOS 6.3, PC DOS 7. Okay, so again, we're going to go through We're going to exit. And I do have enough diskettes to make a and so, in fact, let's do fdisk question mark just to show everybody. Okay. And so MBR is a hidden command, I think. And it comes back without any error. So can we do an fdisk status? Okay. And that returns to the command prompt. Isn't there any ability to tell that it's bootable? Yeah, we'd want to, okay. So just fdisk without the slash, without the status. Okay. So we want to display the partition information. It's active. Okay. So we want to go through. Okay. The only startable position. Okay. So did that MBR maybe already correct it? Because I thought slash question mark should give all the switches. And throws us right into ROM basic again. So that is nutty. Okay. So yeah, it tells us that it's active. What in the hay? Now, keep in mind, since we booted from the diskette that now has PC-DOS 6.1 that matches the files that are on the hard drive, we have access also to all of the utilities that are on the hard drive as well. Just remember that. So that we don't have to have, the only thing for the diskette is that we can boot from it. Once we get to the hard drive, we have access to any utilities, defrag, whatever it would take from the drive. Now, all things else being equal, if everything else fails, I can go through and I can just fdisk the whole thing again, and I can create 5 diskette images. I need to do that anyway to get PC-DOS 6.1 onto a diskette set and just rebuild the drive. Because this is what we have. Okay. So we just have our config sys autoexec.bat. We went through and we showed those before. Okay. And those are just nothing at all very special. I'm just wondering why, if this is in a condition where you had to wipe, why not just pull the drive? Why not just delete everything on the drive? Why have a PC DOS 6.1 setup? That's all there is on the hard drive. No applications otherwise. Okay. And those look like default installation. Um, yeah, fdisk/mbr, and it came back to the command prompt without telling us, without saying a darn thing. And I don't think the fdisk is so dramatically different between the PC DOS and the MS DOS versions. So there's nothing special in the root drive. In fact, let's do this even. Um, so there's our hidden files. That are required to be boot from. Our command.com is in the directory. And so this drive, you got to view it as the there's a 96 date for the DOS directory. But this system is the newest file on it is more than 25 years old. Yeah, it's on the proper SCSI ID for the setup in this case. SCSI ID 6 is the is what a drive, an IBM drive on an IBM controller, the Tribble. And I don't think it's anything with the Tribble. The Tribble is just a SCSI controller. The drive is set, and it's just 128. It's 120 megabyte drive. So there's just nothing special to the setup otherwise. This looks like it's just a straight, and we could do fdisk from the C drive here. Check disk. There's there's the defrag. There may be a way to go through like debug where you look at like the boot sector or something else. I'm not familiar off the top of my head how to do that. It's nice. It's got all the eject.exe and so yeah, it has just the DOS, the PC DOS 6.1 files there. I don't see and none of these other utilities do anything for So what is it calling 3 directories? Is there a directory within the DOS directories? Or that's just trained as the CD dot as a directory, CD dot dot as a directory, and C backslash DOS as a directory for the 3. So really my plan of action from here would be to go through, I'm going to create 5 diskettes of PC-DOS 6.1, all the images I have. I've got enough blank diskettes. And I can do it from the recording system. The system otherwise works. The RAM, everything else, I can get by with 4 megabyte in these 2 megabyte sims. It's just putting it back in the case again. And so we're not losing anything. It just, that really blows me away of why have a 120 megabyte hard drive with just PC DOS on it. No utilities whatsoever. No utility, nothing else other than the PC DOS 6.1 installation for the last 20 whatever years. I don't think they would have gone through and just, if someone had to wanted to wipe the disk, and I could go through all that recover command and all that to try and undelete or whatever. I don't think somebody would just go through and erase certain directories, remove certain directories to sanitize a hard drive. That doesn't sound like something that's done out there, especially security wise. It's an application you don't want to be in the hands of anyone else. You just take out the whole hard drive. You don't go through and sanitize it by deleting certain directories or whatever else. Although the thing about the drive not being bootable, and I'll have to see, going through and reinstalling PC-DOS 6.1 is going to be the critical thing to make sure that the drive boots and everything else. I have other SCSI drives too. It doesn't really, in fact, it brings up a challenging thing for me. What if I go through and do a boot manager or something else and I do different versions of PC DOS? I've got PC DOS 5. I've got this PC DOS 6.1 on 5.25 inch diskettes. Get PC DOS 6, get the PC DOS 7 that I have installed, and have a whole bunch of different ways to run PC DOS on a machine. Yeah, it's created IBM DOS _6, created 09/27/1996. And that's almost like the original thing. Why would somebody just have a drive with just PC DOS? Well, with PC DOS, there's like a recover. That doesn't sound like to me that somebody's going to do that, though. I don't think they're going to go through and just pull directories to sanitize a disk. They could go through and they could have had the SCSI drive blanked out and gone through and reloaded PC DOS. But yeah, there's the I thought that there's like a restore. recover, replace, restore, unformat, restore.com. And you would think that it would have or undelete. Undelete, I don't know. I don't know if you have to give it parameters. And then /all is the default. And then the /nc. So let's just do just a basic undelete. I don't think that there's anything though. Okay. And I'll go through and I'll hide my webcam picture just so everybody can see screen wise. And there's not much to see. So the system and the data area. And of course, I didn't load the mouse driver. I could go through and load a mouse driver from the hard drive. But yeah, and that just returns. See, there's only the effective 2 files. It's just showing those directories just so you can get into them. So the DOS shell.ini, there's 2 different versions, old versions, excellent and good for the time frames. But look at those dates in 96. 10 October. Okay. So if we tab, okay. Going back to the C drive. Okay, so there's a log in 2012. Okay. So, no, I didn't want to. So we could go through and we could F8. Manual. So it just looks like old log files. And there's nothing. Huh. And I would say that those aren't anything. Okay. Okay. It's interesting. It's a Microsoft mouse driver, 8.2. Um, yeah, and you have from the command line, you could do a slash list, and I don't. Yeah, there's nothing with those log files at all. This just has the PC DOS installation, and I can rebuild that from diskette, and I can get it to where the drive. And so we're into our second hour of the second session. Not that I am wanting to cut things short or anything like that. I realize it gets late in some areas like Europe and the UK, where we have a couple viewers. I don't, I mean, installation of PC DOS 6.1 is probably good content to go through. I would say I can get started on that. No, it's not write protected. I understand that you're talking about it could put a boot sector virus on the diskette from the system. Who knows why the hard drive doesn't boot? We're just it's a mystery of why the new boot diskette. Uh, and I wouldn't want to necessarily even put an old diskette that's with the files with assumably a boot sector virus back into my Windows machine. But yeah, SCSI, for everything I know, IBM SCSI, your host adapter is 7, your primary drive is 6. And that is the way it is. That's the way it goes. That's the default. That's how the machine's set up. Assumably, there's not anything in the reference diskette that does bootable partitions or any control of that. It's just my feeling more is that the drive itself is buggered. Why, and even a boot virus of that time frame, that's odd. This drive in the first place, I it even seems to me that somebody installed files and the drive has issues with booting, or somebody didn't install it correctly, even though all the files are there. And we don't have like a scan disk, or we just have the basic check disk with PC DOS. Search. So I have debug. There's got to be a way for debug to examine a boot sector. Q can, and I'm trying to remember what qconfig is too. But with debug, oh, qconfig is, that's right. Qconfig, and that's an interesting thing in its own. Qconfig shows how the system is set up. Ah, that's kind of a little cool thing as it is. Yeah, and there's just so much space on that hard drive available and everything else. Well, this is cool. This gives the planar ID and everything. So I even wonder, it'd give me an unknown adapter because all it's doing is pulling out the information. We still didn't figure out what that one adapter, the ADF for that, would be. And why have this adapter on there without any software? Why have this adapter and not have any software for it? Where's the ADF for this? Does it exist? Um, I mean, I can look up more details on that, but I can even read the EEPROM and stuff like that too. Seeing those are the same exact file dates and everything. And it has some of them packed, the Rambo stuff is compressed, that you uncompress it. But see, the installation process is going to uncompress all that anyway. Could be, but the Mall 65SX is going to have an earlier default date than 96, though. But that could possibly be the thing. I don't know why someone would set this. They'd know enough to set the SCSI ID to 6. And it had to have booted at one time, or it was set up incorrectly. To me, why go through and wipe a drive and then install PC-DOS 6.3 unless you're going through and reselling it or something else and you just for giggles. I mean, an older system, you would just, and I have no idea of the history that it had at Edgar Digital either. I don't know what may have gone through. So I have long battery life on my headset. I'm going to go through, and we've got the first diskette set up. I could go through and I could be, be real paranoid about a boot sector virus and things like that. And I should have done this while I'm talking because I'm on the same system anyway. Okay. how do I go through and load another? Because I need to start just making images of these. Okay. Okay. So how do I Oh, it's going to prompt me for the image anyway. So I put the diskette in, drill down. Okay, I was in the right place anyway. Our image file, disk 2. Let's get that started to run. But I don't think even an unformat image is there. Normally it would yeah, there's nothing to lose, but it's just and I'm have it started, my recording system started on, I'm making images, diskette images. We're going to just make a PC DOS 6.1 installation. And I have okay, and so I probably want to be on my A drive anyway. Okay. So it's going to search for the mirror image. I don't think it's going to, I don't think it's going to find something, but I could be surprised. And we'll have to see how long that takes for a 120 megabyte drive. And if they're trying to sanitize a drive and I'm able to unformat information years later, they didn't sanitize it correctly. But we've learned a lot about security in the last 25 years, right? Computer security. So I need to get labels on these things too. At least to pin something in there. But I'm going to go through and I'm going to okay. So build. Okay. So we have to keep shifting this back to an image file. We're up to image 6. I mean, image for the third diskette. Um, okay. So here is our. Now I want people to take notice that I'm using diskette labels. And Okay. And I just had the already program. Okay. Just had the already to USB crash on me. Okay. I could just get from an image file. So I've restarted that process. Okay. Unable to find a mirror control file. If you want to search for the mirror image file through the entire hard drive, press Y. We've got time. And I think my I think my headset will last. The batteries will do good. Normally it'll give me a warning. Um I don't think it's going to find any mirror file on there. This is taking longer to do diskette 3. Okay. So we have okay. Wow, this third diskette is taking quite some time. And yeah, I should probably hello. It's trying to catch up, I guess, in the so we are to a point that we have benched out model PS2 model 65SX planer that we have operational, we have configured. Uh, Everything's ready to be put back in the case, but the hard drive has PC DOS 6.1 and is not bootable. Looks just like a DOS 6 installation. Um, with no other utilities anything else that's on the drive. I don't think it's going to be any unformat information. So I'm in the process of making the 5 diskette set. Okay, whatever. Okay, so an RD2 USB is crashing on me for each successive diskette. I go through and I start the process, and so I guess I'll go through, and I'm on diskette 4. I'm on diskette 4. And so my labels so far. Okay, I think I'm leading the installation process well enough. I think my diskettes are going to come out good. So it is time to go through and just start the installation. And I'll have to see if there's a way to go through, if it wants to go through and prep. You know, is it better for me to go through an F disk? Yeah, I think that's what I'll do. Is I'll exit out to the DOS prompt. I'll F disk. I'll delete the partition. And then do the installation. Okay. Because it should know that, you know, it should see I go through and just have it as unpartitioned space. Well, there are drives that don't. So looking at the, I want to go through and I want to do 4. Display the partition. Okay. IBM DOS _6. Okay. 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 And it's IBM DOS _6. Yes, we're sure. Escape to continue. Okay. So if we look, there's no partitions defined. We shouldn't have to create a partition or anything else. The DOS installation. Okay. And I'm going to reboot it anyway. Okay. I don't know if it's running the setup routine again. Okay, that's fine. It's gonna run the setup routine. Okay. So my disk 4 is created. I'm going to exit. So disk 4. Okay. Did we just screw the pooch? Do we have to go through and partition and format that hard drive? I'll bet you. Now, is it going to let us? Yeah, that I can't figure that out. Normally, with the later versions of MS DOS, it okay. So we go through and we create a partition. I don't know if we have to format it or anything like that. Yes, that's hidden to people underneath my webcam image. It's I specified yes for using the whole hard drive. It doesn't have ScanDisk because ScanDisk is a Microsoft product. It has CheckDisk. So I'm going to try creating the F-disking the hard drive. The PC DOS installation should how do you set up PC DOS? Should I just left the PC DOS on there and reinstalled? I can't understand if you F-disk to get rid of everything and you have okay. So this is even going to be a format C/S. This will put the system files on the hard drive, a otherwise blank hard drive, but it should be bootable. Okay. And if we're able to boot to it, no, it's because then it's going to tell us incorrect. Roman's asking the question: could you run ScanDisk with 6.22 floppies? And I do have 6.22 floppies right here, but it's going to give you incorrect DOS version unless you go through. And suppose I could have booted from MS-DOS and done all the checking with the MS-DOS utilities, but ScanDisk, I don't believe checks any boot record stuff. Do not believe. And I could have run defrag. There could have been something that upset the command com. I could have copied command.com over again, but I resysed the drive. It did that. So, but like I say, at the end of this, we should have a bootable drive. And in fact, I don't want another system with MS-DOS 6.22 or 6.21 or 6.20 or 6.2. I've got enough of those things around. I've got enough systems that go through and run those. Okay, and I wanted to make my last disk, right? Or I better get started with that just to make sure I'm not having any problems. Why not? We got time. Yeah, and that's another thing is and OS2 has a boot manager. I don't know how you make a dual boot PC DOS OS2. You'd probably do you install PC DOS first and then I think I've got 2.11 around. I tried to do that on a Model 60 before, I think. And I just encountered all sorts of troubles. And for OS2, I don't know, OS 2.11, I don't know how much RAM I want to throw at that either. I could go up to all the way, I could get with expansion memory and everything else, I could get up to, I could get up to 16 megabyte even. Okay. And so volume label, I'm going to do the same volume label as before with IBM DOS 6 was the volume label before. And now it's transferring the system files. Okay. So our disk 5 is ready. Okay. So moment of truth. Okay, so we want to do a test before we've got the other 4 diskettes. I'm going to pop out disk 1, and that's the point where we put the label on it. As we put the label on it, I'm going to do a Control-Delete because that should boot from the hard drive. If it doesn't boot from the hard drive, I don't think I want to progress any more on installation of the PC DOS, because then it's something, yeah, this is something else with the SCSI drive. This is, so me going through, and it could have been the same thing. That somebody went through and they couldn't get the drive to boot, so they went through the same thing. And I can get, and of course, I think that was before WinWorld, and everything was online and had images of rather current DOS versions. So this will go through, and I can see what steps I need to go through to install TC-DOS 6.1 on an alternative SCSI drive. And I can maybe run this through like an Adaptec SCSI controller to low-level format it, to go through and just kill anything, try and go through and re-prep it for whatever level, to see if I can bring it back. Okay, and we're going to see if it's going to complain. And I'm trying to remember if you had to create a particular, the partition with a particular label. And see, as far as I'm concerned, we're going through the same process. But IBM SCSI. And if I mean, I don't mean to sound condescending or anything like that, but if there's anything I know, it is a now. Okay. So okay. And if I'm going to go for an install, and I understand we're not going to get a bootable, we're not going to get a bootable drive, I don't think. But what the heck? Let's go through and install everything. And there's no previous DOS files to back up anyway. And yeah, so I may have to pull out a system. And so I go through, and I'm glad to hear you're enjoying yourself, you. I like encountering problems too, because I like involving my brain and trying to get back into the mode and thinking about things. And as I say, I don't mean to sound condescending towards anyone, but I know IBM SCSI. IBM SCSI is adapter hard drive controller on SCSI ID 7. You want it to be in the highest numbered slot as possible, typically slot 8, if you everything being equal, which it is. And you want to SCSI ID 6 for the primary hard drive that is attached to that controller. And that's just the way, and IBM SCSI is different. It's backwards everybody else. You can be used to Adaptec. I love Adaptec because I'll go through and I'll connect up the SCSI hard drive to an Adaptec controller, and I'll wipe it. I'll go through and rebuild the whole thing, low-level format from the Adaptec ROM utilities on their boards. And so I don't want to get into any drive manager stuff. I don't have enough of, I mean, I realize that OnTrack could maybe be around online. And years ago, I had a 286 system that had the OnTrack disk manager because I had an Atassi MFM hard drive that was full height, noisy as all get out. And I had to use a drive manager for the parameters of the drive. And of course, I had to get the closest match, and I had to have that on-track manager. And it was just so, you didn't want to sneeze around it. I didn't want to go through, and I was afraid with the disk manager of what could go wrong, that I could lose files, and that was my concern. And people understand that I'm just spinning my wheels here, that I'm just going through and I'm installing PC-DOS 6.1, that I'm not going to have a bootable drive. But I'm going through for the exercise to make sure that the installation I have works. And and I might as well even grab the 6.3. I have the PC-DOS 7, and yeah, and the other thing I could say, and I can still do this, debug. I should be able to examine the master boot record, that area on the drive. There's probably got to be some command in debug. And I don't know if I've encountered a common error of that time. I don't remember anything. And a lot of the DOS utilities and things like that I remember, that I've got books for around, they're geared towards the Microsoft. And if you have debug, it's all the same difference anyway. Yeah, track 0, it's bad. Everything is over. And this is what I wanted to check with my installation, was making sure that I had a good images and wouldn't encounter any errors as I go through like this. If it fails a second time, I'll just do a failed operation. Okay, there it got through. Retried it. I can hear this diskette drive going through and having, and I may want to rebuild a diskette too. Okay. So we had some errors come up on diskette 2, but we were able to retry and get through it. And the position that I have on the system, and I realize that things can be watched in replay. I'm also I'm surprised that everything's going because I think you can only live stream for so long on YouTube as well, right? We've been over 3 hours now, and I haven't got any warning from my headset about battery being low or nothing like that. Yeah, there's a lot of other tools that it would behoove me. That's the word you haven't probably heard in a while. Behoove me to have around and to be able to use in these instances. It looks like we're going to get some. I need to make sure that the diskette images I have work, so that I know that the installation is going to work for me later on when I do get. And I do have drives here. I think I may even have a couple SCSI drives tucked away. And I would likely just put a and remember the drive, the SCSI drive on the Model 80 that we did last weekend, that was good. It went right through it. I mean, I had a minimal amount of trouble with that drive. Okay. Yeah, I want to make sure that I've got good image, good diskette installations. Okay. And I could have gone through, in fact, I should have, all things being said, I should have backed up the files that I had that were on the system. But I didn't know, I just pressed on. That's fine. It was okay, we're up to disk 4. It seems like with a minimal amount of errors. We've been able to get yeah, that's an MFM controller. In fact, that is on the ROM itself. And really under the IBM hard drives, and I don't think it does for the SCSI drives, although I could check. You want to do the reference diskette, and then you do a Control A from the reference diskette. Wow, it was through the disk 4 rather quick and with no errors. We had errors on diskette 2 that seemed like it recopied the files correctly, and we had errors on diskette 3 that it couldn't find the central point help file. Yeah, and I didn't see any video of somebody that has RS6K workstation with AX running Doom. I know that people are doing some really amazing things now. Um, okay, and this is copying the Superstore and the PCMCIA utilities. Okay. So in replay, you people will be able to see a PC DOS 6.1 installation to know the steps. You've got to go through an F disk and format the drive. Um, so I wonder if somebody went through, well, says saying, if you go through and you format the drive and you don't do the /s, it doesn't put the system files over there. And maybe at the time they didn't have the ability to, they tried sys and they were told that, well, you can't do it from the hard drive itself. Um, yeah, so that's what it was. Is the drive C was not bootable. We could boot from diskette, and initially I had PC DOS 4.00 that I was able to boot from and then get into the C drive. I don't know what it's doing right now. I talked about the converting the DOS shell files, but and so yeah, correct. I can understand that there's some really good. I just have so many MS DOS systems around that the. In fact, I've got still sealed packs of DOS 6.22. Have more than enough ability to install it on everything I ever have, and I don't need to. I don't have any idea what it's doing now. And there's nothing hidden underneath my webcam or anything like that either. But the image that you guys are seeing. Do a control break. It still acts like it's accessing the diskette drive. I'm just going to control delete. I don't see what it's. Let's see what the machine is doing. And I'll probably need the the boot disk. Okay. Kind of expected. Okay. Wow, and the viewership even went up quite a bit a little bit ago here. Went all the way up to like 11 concurrent viewers, which is one of the higher marks I've seen. Yeah, the Control A, and I don't think for the SCSI drives that that Control A has the aspect, especially with the 65SX. The 65SX was an odd duck that they threw in the tribble into there, and it was just strange. And on, so I think I'll just go through. And we're to the point effectively that we started from earlier. In that we got to booting from the diskette. We would go over to the C drive. We do a directory. And of course, we had autoexec, the autoexec.bat and the config sys files. And it doesn't need those to boot from. And we had all the DOS files. Like I say, there should be a way under debug to go through and examine the boot record. And I understand I probably have books that don't tell you, that don't want to tell you that because you can mess yourself up. And the interlink and inner server. So we've got more files on there now that we installed with the antivirus. And it's even funny that it supports all the double space bin and everything else of the Microsoft side. PC format. Oh, that's the PCMCIA utilities. Let's say we got to see that, and I think I knew a little bit about qconfig, but it's kind of cool seeing that run. I didn't realize it showed so much to the microchannel side. And so basically, yeah, we're back to the place where we've got PC-DOS 6.1. installed in there, but it's not a bootable. So really, in this regard, I've just got to work with getting another SCSI drive and also going through and trying to really work with this one here. I'll just connect it up to a Adaptec controller and low level format that thing and everything else, because there is not a okay. But as I say, nothing to lose otherwise. We haven't lost anything to the okay. So, Control A. Okay. Huh. So and it could have gone through system checkout as well. Ah, that's kind of cool. So, okay. So in this case, we have after this, I will go through and I will just F disk and um between 5 minutes and 2 hours. Well, no, we don't want to stop. We're committed. Yes, we want to continue. So I don't even know if it's going to give me an estimate here. My estimate is it's probably going to take a lot more time. That this live stream would be probably 2 hours longer. So what I'm going to do from here, my plan of action is go through this way. I didn't expect it to have a Control A. And once it's completed, I'll go through fdisk, format C/S, and see if it is bootable again. If I'm able to boot that from that. And I have to go through that process anyway to install PC-DOS 6.1. If that doesn't work, then I go through and run it through an Adaptec controller. Yeah, no status information will be available. So your guess is as good as mine of how long that'll last. So even though it's been a very informative, and this Control A, that's great that's got that in there. That really helps me, I think, or demonstrates here how to do the Control A. When you have the reference diskette, you boot to the reference diskette, and you just within there, it's a hidden menu. You just do a Control A, and it's appropriate to the model that you're on. And now we learned that it's able on a 65SX to do a Control A and have the ability to format the SCSI drive. And this should go through and should remap any bad spots, the defect list on the drive. So, so we are good that way. And I'm going to continue on to they even have the PC DOS, I think, on 720 KB. So I'm going to grab the other. I'm going to grab PC DOS 6.3. I've got some PC DOS 7 on diskette. There's the PC DOS 2000 somewhere out there as well. I'll probably go through and try and build a library of that as well, to be able to test under those OSs and things like that. But I think we're just to a stopping place. Otherwise, I don't know how long this is going to take. And so I will try and provide updates from here if I get to maybe the point of a live stream content tomorrow or something else. Maybe I'll do that. Maybe a fill-in video, a summary video, something else once this process gets complete, that I can let everybody know how it continues. And but I think I'm going to go through and wrap up the stream. It is for those keeping track, we did an initial 2-hour session. We took a 2-hour break. We came back for now 2.5 hours. No. 3.5 hours. My headset has kept up fine. I've not got a low battery warning or anything else in the last 3.5+ hours. In fact, I went to the 2-hour stream. I charged the headset during the time I was away, came back, turned on the headset again. It's been going now 3.5 hours and not a bit of complaint. At the end of the 2-hour charging session, it told me the battery's high and everything else, that it was able to charge up enough in that time. And so it I mean, the headset did well for this. I just got lost. So much for my Saturday during the daytime, with the 5.5 hours of live stream total. That's fine. Yeah. Well, either an IDE or you get a PS2 with Microchannel PS2 with IDE, and that's going to be a MAL 77i based on the Lacuna planar, or that is going to be a PS2 model 53 SLC2 has IDE as well. Both of those systems do not have LBA capacity. So they do the 512 megabyte hard drives or less, unless you have a drive manager or some other way of implementing LBA support. So there are, and the problem with the adapters that have IDE on the adapter, it's done in very non-standard ways. It's not very conventional. And you can also get IDE on the ISA side. So the 25SX, the 35SX, the 40SX have IDE. They are the same thing. They do not have LBA support as a default. But if you have a ROM extension that supports LBA, you can use it on those systems to go into LBA support to have bigger hard drives. So there's IDE on that ISA PS2 side as well. Oh, so did it get through? I'm about ready to go through and so let's look at who knows how long this will take. Oh, 5%. I decided to run a drive integrity test first. So, and I understand if people want to break away or whatever else, maybe I'm still in this if it completed, because now it's piqued my curiosity if I can get a bootable drive. And telling people out there, okay, if you encounter this on the 65SX, it has a tribble and you can't get the SCSI drive to boot, then you do a control A and you format the drive and blah, blah, blah. I think I selected to display where it had the problems. Yeah, it has been fun. It's been a learning experience again. And I didn't know what to expect. The Model 80 from last weekend was easy. Even though it was dirty, even though the drive doesn't have rails, it's set out there on the sun. It went good. The Mall 60 was a little bit more problem, but the main problem was just the junk on it. The dirt, how dirty it was. It's still, and I saved the 65SX because I knew it was a different system, a little bit more uncommon, or saying less common. And so I saved it till last, and I think it's a good order that I had. I mean, I could have gone to the 60 to the 65SX to the Model 80 and gone up. Yeah, and I realize it's getting very late in Scotland, Hugh. So if you want to, if you want to break off from this, but I'm ready, if this will complete, to try and F-disk and format this drive in DOS. If this will ever, okay, non-recovered errors detected 0, recovered errors detected 0. That means everything's good, right? Okay. fixed disk resident files. I don't think I need to worry about that. So system checkout, that's just diagnostic. I don't really want to run through the diagnostic routine. It'll ask me, there's a list, it'll ask me if that's correct. And I'll just control delete and okay. So yeah, I don't want to go through. I would just rather. Okay. So we're going to go through, we're going to F disk, and then we're going to format C/S. And if based on whether that works or not, even if it works, I don't think I'm going to go through and reinstall a PC DOS at this session. I just want to, knowing it's bootable or not, it's going to be the critical thing for me. And let's see what it talks about. Okay, so we see the same thing of the if you are not fdisk and formatted, that the PC DOS installation just complains. And okay, and yes, for the maximum partition, okay. And see, MS-DOS, like the 6.2, 2.1, all the later MS-DOS versions, you didn't have to have. In fact, a lot of time you didn't have to have the partition set up. And I'm also used to like the Windows 95, Windows 98, Windows NT, that the OS installed, you could do all the partitioning and formatting that you needed to. This is saying something different in that you have to have the disk even formatted before and the really funny thing is, I think on the Model 80, it had exactly the same hard drive. I think it was 120. I mean, we ran the system information tool on it yesterday, and I think it told me that it was a 114 megabyte, 115 megabyte, whatever. Okay. We saw how to check the ADFs. We have one adapter that doesn't have an ADF. So I guess YouTube is going to allow us to do a 4-hour chat session. I mean, 4-hour live stream session. Because I had the wait screen up for 10 minutes, and I'll go through and trim that down for the original stream and this stream. But it's telling me live for almost coming up on, it'll be 4 hours easily. And I know some people, I'm surprised the viewership is still up right now. It's telling me 10 current viewers. 10-hour live streams. I can't imagine that. And I'd like to go through, and it's not just David's take on politics and cars that he'd like to own and troubles or anything like that. It'd be interesting for a live stream of going through and like a benefit run or something else where as time goes by, people chip in tokens and continue. But I don't think they want to listen to old IBM talk of stuff. I think they're looking for a different set of sense of performance, maybe, than what I'd have for that. So you saw that box of diskettes is empty. I mean, I got diskettes I can go through and wipe and everything else, but those are brand new. Those work pretty good. Those are the Maxell diskettes. I don't know what the cost of these things is currently. Pay $20 for a box or something like that, but believe me, I've got enough diskettes otherwise. I need to go through and wipe some more diskettes and so I'll go through and even with the hard drive, I'm going to go through and I'm going to put this in the case. We have the other planer that I can investigate to find out what's going on with it. And I think that's going to be likely a CPU or something very fundamental that it does a halt on that postcode 01, excuse me. So system transferred. We put the volume label in there. Okay. Moment of truth. Fingers crossed. And it dumps us in the ROM basic. There is something to this hard drive that is kooky, that even a Control A doesn't fix. So, and we could even go through, I could transplant it to the MUL 80. I could transplant the MUL 80 disk to this system. Even if they're the same size, there shouldn't even be any complaints on configuration. Yes, I can, but I can try another. And that's what I just said about the swapping between the Model 80 and this system. And it's interesting for the Model 80 that is on, again, SCSI ID 2, but it still boots and everything else. And there's not any IML partition or anything else that would have upset this, I don't think. And I'm trying to think, an IML partition, I think, is visible as a non-DOS partition if it's present. We would have seen it. And that would have been giving us there had been other things going on with that. So yeah, drive swaps. I could, I now have other SCSI drives. I don't have them right at hand. And I'm not of the stamina to go through and to say, let's stick around, let's go through and do that. I'm wore out. I was expecting this to be easier. I need to go through and to get a break from this. We went we went twice as long as the 2-hour session that was before. And so it's been close to 6 hours. I'm ready for a break. And yeah, I always have the ability to break up a problem in half to be able to bring another SCSI drive. And SCSI with IBM, remember, is it's not like Adaptec. You go through and you add a drive, or the drive capacity changes, the SCSI ID changes, the system knows that and wants to be reconfigured. And yeah, I could go through and but I think it's going to go through and say the same thing. And do you don't, and see what we did before was we sysed the drive, and that didn't make any difference. It's got the system transferred. And I even almost want to take this and do a little bit of diagnostic of running fdisk or some other things, of looking at that boot sector, of examining why exactly this thing went wrong, exactly what's going on with it. And I don't think changing the SCSI ID, I don't think that has anything to do with it. Okay, yeah, loading setup. So F3 for exit. Yes. Okay. So if we do a sysc, and we did this before, and there wasn't any change. Okay. I'm not expecting this to work. I mean, people, and it's easy enough for me to go through and do. That I can. No, excuse me, the SCSI drive, and I've got long enough cable, I have a long enough power cord. Okay. See, this has the terminating resistors and everything else. I could look. So are these drives, are they hard coded for SCSI ID6? Ooh, that didn't sound good. Didn't break anything. But it has this cable. Yeah, I just need to swap the whole cable. So right off the bat, I do not see any place. Okay, I guess it has. I do not see any place to do. It doesn't have any marking silkscreen to do a SCSI ID. It is fixed, and that is it. So and so this, well, I don't have it fastened down. So the easy way, especially since it's a tribble on the other side too, or it's IBM SCSI, so we have an edge connector the same way. This SCSI cable is longer or easier to work with, whatever. I may have to. Okay, no, I can. Okay. Wherever I put that drive. Okay, and I have the reference diskette, and this has a termination in the cable. It's all insulated on the cardboard pad here. Because I'm going to have to reconfigure with the SCSI ID being different. And it'd been better for me just maybe to pull the battery. Okay, I got 201 errors of memory. What's the deal with that? Okay, so automatically configure the system. And there's not any Okay, configuring SCSI devices. Okay. Okay. So there wasn't any I'm trying to remember what was on this the system otherwise before with the Model 80. And like I say, I ran the system information tool. And the interesting thing is I have the system information tool on the drive now. That it'd be another easy short video to do a system information tool. Ah, look at that. Okay. You know what we do now? And this is the tribble that was originally on the system. We swap tribbles. Is this tribble bad, or is it? I'd have never thought to swap. So here is the tribble from the Model 80. Since I had it close at hand, it's easy to go through and to grab it. And I got more tribbles. That's a good sign. Yeah, if anybody has to bail, and we learn Control A. Okay, fine. Reconfigure. We learned Control A works from the 55/65 SX reference diskette to format a SCSI drive. So we didn't even have to all that hard drive stuff. I don't know, John. That's a new one I have never heard of. And we'll get Major Tom watching it in replay. And I would hope he'd be sleeping by now where he is. Imagine that. And now we're getting Sims. We're getting Sims complaining. Yeah, we're getting memory errors now with these Sims in these sockets. I need actually something weighted. And what I do after this, if this boots the drive, then I swap to that other hard drive, and the installation there should quickly reach over and I've got to hold down the Sims. And this system is like, make up your mind. Do you have 4 megabyte or do you have 2 megabyte? And it drops back. So, and this board, as far as I know, everything else to it, the planar functions. Why is the tribble? So I mean, I can put this tribble back in the mull 80 and boot from it. Um, that is just nuts. That is, man, I take my hand off these memory chips. So the tribble is swapped. There's not anything to, and this is a different, okay, so but this is still, I wanted to go through and I wanted to even to check out the system information tool. I know I'm kind of getting off tangent. I'm going through to where I'm running out of ideas, and I'd almost be like Leslie Nielsen if I go out and take a bathroom break and leave the open mic. I think I'll do that. I can go through and mute my mic because that's almost getting time for me. I've been drinking stuff here. It's good that those Sims are staying in place. So that I would thought I would get configuration errors for that. Um, okay. Okay, as this comes up, I will be right back. I'm going to mute my Okay, so the sound of the hose running is me filling the swamp cooler with water again. Not me. So I can run the system information tool on this. That would be kind of a video that I'll probably do. I didn't check the playlist to see if I'd done a system information tool on a 65SX before. So there's one aspect that I'm thinking of that I and it's that it's got SCSI ID 2. Now I may want to go through. See, isn't that funny? Okay, well, I guess this is the drive off the Model 80. It's labeled as hard drive is the volume. Okay, got to stop the water here. The swamp cooler is full. Okay. Now, I could set this to SCSI ID 6. Because it may matter to the 65SX. And I could read over the Tribble page, but I always thought that that was just what struck me as strange, that the SCSI ID of this was set to 2. And on the other drive, it's a default of 7. You can't change it. It's an IBM drive. Now, the thought is that IBM drive could have come from another system, maybe. But it matches the submodel encoding. 8565-021 is a 120 megabyte hard drive. Have you gone through and I'm addressing the chat. Have you gone through and modified your Dallas real-time clock? Have you added the external battery? Because this one is. Now, okay, so I'm going to go through Remember, we had the earlier date code on this non-volatile RAM for extended CMOS. And there's some 97 dates. I put one because I'm going to change out that planer anyway. Remember that this has a newer date code. I was more thinking that, of course, I'll have to reconfigure. In fact, let me do this. I'm going to pull the battery. We don't have a postcode reader. That's what really confused me when this has a when this has the external battery removed. It goes through and won't boot the system. Yeah, and so does your 65SX boot if you have not modified it yet. Because I've seen if it's got a bad battery, it doesn't go anywhere. And it's strange because the other systems with that, with the Dallas 1287, if the battery's flat, the system still boots. It just complains about low battery. And the 65SX is different than that. It halts at the 07. Okay. Okay. So escape. There's no system to restore. You know, you can't, with that battery error, you can't have where it'll restore anything. We're learning. We're learning. Yeah, it won't boot at all, and you probably don't get any video. Okay. Yeah, you'll have to do the mod by what I see here, and there's only one BIOS for the 65SX that we know of. We're learning about little details to the system. Okay. Okay, I'm going to leave the reference diskette in there. We're going to set the time because it'll complain about that the time and date aren't set. We've already been going time. We might as well go longer. How long will it go? And still no warning from my Anchor headset. That's great. So 163 for the time and date, which I could set from DOS as well. Granted, I could boot to DOS. Okay. But just remember that we had no warning otherwise of that non-volatile RAM module for extended CMOS being bad. Oh my goodness. It is getting late. And I haven't modded any of those, the Dallas, the DS 1220. And I don't know how much battery charge is in there on that extended CMOS. There is just, and remember, I do have a complete so okay, not that it matters. Remember the SCSI adapt, the Tribble adapter. Okay, let's pull power. Okay, so this is original to the Model 80. The Tribble adapter is original to the Model 80. We have our Tribble adapter. And just for giggles, this is a supposedly working planar okay. Let's just get okay, supposedly working planar. All the basic configuration that we came up with, we've swapped in the all the modules. We will we're going to set this aside. I'm clearing some space. We can set that up there, set that up there. The drive cage is down. Okay, the display is propped up. We don't need it propped up. Or we need to prop it up here because okay. And we changed the SCSI drive. We changed the SCSI cabling. We changed the extended CMOS. We changed the regular real-time clock. Oh. So, and we can move the power supply too. Okay, at the start of this, what else did I mention? It's been a long time since I talked about leading in, and it took almost an hour to for me to do the lead in. I don't really need the cardboard. In fact, let's go through. Well, I can keep the cardboard there. So one of the things I said when and it's missing the front face piece. It looks like we have to have a, oh, and this has got the really long extension. Okay, so we've now got a diskette drive. We've got the reference diskette. This looks a little different. I could probably do, well, heck, we're rearranging everything. We might as well rearrange everything, right? I'm going to get, and so we're actually moving the case and the bad planer out of position here. We are, I'll keep my reading glasses handy because I might need them. I'm going to go through and I'm going to unplug the diskette drive. I think we're done making all the diskettes and everything else that we need to do. Okay. So this, let me get fully situated. Whoa. Warts and all. If I can get my camcorder to adjust well here. Yeah. Okay. Get up to my internal webcam. Get it off. Okay. This is my complete model 65 SX that I had. I've had this thing operational before. I know it boots from the hard drive. And in fact, we'll go through and we'll do that first. Okay. So, and the one thing for knowing whether I ran the system information tool on it or not is whether the system information tool might even happen to be on the hard drive of this. And this is amazingly clean. I mean, you know, I don't have the side panel. I don't have the front bezel. Those are off somewhere. Okay. I've got everything connected. It has, you know, besides the hard drive, it's got it's expanded or extended memory board, expanded memory board. So that this has 8 megabyte on the planar, has 8 megabyte on the memory expansion board, and I don't know what on the hard drive. This is the one that really has the really long lead for the CMOS. Now I know where, and it's an unmodified DS 1220. But the last time that I operated this, probably a few months ago, everything operated fine. We have everything plugged in. So get myself back on the. So we have a known good system here, 65SX. Because I could pull out the Model 80 and I could use the old, I could try with the hard drive, see if I could boot from it. Okay, and counting that expansion memory slower. And it's going to take a little bit of time. And I want to check out from, and we can even see what SCSI ID and things like that are on here. In fact, I'll even have to think on where. I think I have it where the system information tool, if I don't have it. Yeah, that's a 386 SX 16 megahertz, and it is and that's expansion memory. Okay, the reference diskette is not in the drive. Ah, is this the machine I tried installing OS2 on that just went kaput? I think so. Okay. And I think this was talking about a particular, in fact, I may have had a SCSI CD-ROM on this at some point. Enter to continue. But we see it's booting from the hard drive. And I forget what issue I had with this. That I think it just went round and round for the OS2 installer. I wasn't able to get um, but that tells me at a point. I mean, I have where the CD-ROM driver that it just warned me about. Yeah, I think that's where it's still accessing the hard drive. I think this is where it got to before. Okay. And I have a mouse connected. So workplace shell still accessing the hard drive. And probably some OS2 people could help me for. I just wanted to make sure that the hard drive was able to boot. And so we don't have system information tool on here. I probably didn't unless I booted from. Still accessing the hard drive. I don't know if it's going to come back with anything or. See, no idea what's going on. I don't know if it's trying to recover. Okay. So just all this, I think it's just a loop. So we're going to do this. I would have thought Control Delete would have taken the. I have the reference diskette in the diskette drive. I want to see what SCSI ID and see what capacity that hard drive is. And as I say, the mounts for the drive. And I'm not even probably going to even loosen the drive out there. I'm just going to go through and drop the cable and the power cable to this other hard drive. In fact, so the slow memory count again. Okay. I'm just wanting to gain some information on this SCSI drive, and then I will substitute the other drive in place that I know that this boots from a hard drive on this 65SX. And what is so different about it compared to the other one? And I could go through and I could swap tribbles. I could go through and, really go through to narrow it down of what might be. Boy, this has been the live stream from. Okay. So we don't have to change any configuration. I want to see what time and date it is too on there. We just want to view the configuration. So SCSI ID 7, like I say, fairness on enable wait state. And we only have that memory expansion. And we have 8 megabyte, the maximum on that system. Okay. And so that's 545 megabyte for that SCSI adapter. It's on SCSI ID 6. SCSI ID 6. SCSI ID 6. And, the host adapter is SCSI ID 7. Okay. So set features, set date and time. Okay. So this is and that's kind of the funny thing. The time is closer than, and not that I am excessively worried about this, anything like that. Okay, and it's going to show the same revision levels because there's only one BIOS version. Okay. Okay. We're going to leave the reference diskette in there. But we're going to power it down. We're going to pull the power for this SCSI drive. We are going to detach the cable. I realize I could probably be on screen better. I'll be in two places with that phase difference for Okay. So SCSI ID stays the same, although it's a different drive. Yeah, it's a really good memory expansion adapter. There are third-party ones that are 16-bit that add a little bit more memory. Use conventional 1 MB SIMs, because the trouble with the MAL 50 and MAL 60 50Z that you end up with so little planar RAM that you have to make up with the RAM expansion adapter being able to support more than 8 MB. Getting up to 12 MB or 14 MB supported on the adapter is nice. And that's very uncommon for the RAM expansion. Okay, so we've left the reference diskette in the A drive. No, I've been running the Tribble from slot 8. And I can't think of any other reason. And as I go through and troubleshoot that a little bit more, I can try different slots. And I just wanted to change up the situation to get a 65SX on new boots from a hard drive. Okay, and the funny thing is, it didn't, because the ID didn't change, the system didn't complain. Now we're going to find out whether the system marks. It should figure out that there's a okay. So 120 MB. We're on SCSI ID 6 for the hard drive still. Okay, I'm going to eject the reference diskette. There's no diskette in drive A. There's the hard drive that should be bootable. I like seeing problems like this. I like seeing problems that I'm not aware of what happened, why it's not functioning. And yeah, and unfortunately, 50Z, that's the maximum you can have on the planer. It's got a single 72-pin SIM slot, and it recognizes a 2 MB SIM, and that is it. Okay, we're back to the slow count. And hi, Kevin. I don't know what you've caught so far, but it's kind of really interesting issue that we got with the 65SX. The system I got from Edgar Digital looks like the planer does not work, stops at postcode 01. But as we went through to do a planer swap and bench, and I'm glad it didn't put the planer in. even with a different planer, with a different tribble, with a different extended memory, with a different, oh gosh, the hard drive didn't want to boot. And so I've got my good 65SX out now, and I am going through, we've verified that a hard drive boots from it, but we want to see it boot the hard drive. So there's going to be an awful lot of study on what is different between these 65SXs, everything else. I'm probably going to go through test tribbles against each other. I'm because I had a little bit of issue with the we're going to get this on the hard drive too. Okay. Okay. So this runs the system information tool. That'll be a video that I'll do on its own because I don't think I've done the 65SX before on the system information tool. No. I was watching on the big screen and I should have been watching the other screen. Oh, and I've got a coprocessor on this one. Yeah, I've been at this too long. I've got to bend my mind around. Um, okay. I guess I could have gone straight over to DOS. Say what? Oh, this is the one that I have just the boot files. So I'm going to go through and do the DOS 6.1 installation. And I am to get the whole enchilada. And because we know PC-DOS 6.1 will go on it. We know it boots now. Okay, so I'll get the hard drive, get all set up, get it bootable, whatever. Okay. Yeah, it's interesting. What is different that makes the hard drive no errors, but it doesn't boot? Doesn't boot. Doesn't boot. Okay, so this has a different extended CMOS chip. One thing. You know what? Wonder what happens if that. I don't think that those things are remarked. I think that there's a 1K, 1 kilobit, or 1 kilobyte chip. I don't think they're remarking it as something else, but I need to check it. I have tons more versions. I have two sources of those. Something to check. I can check the underside because these have differences between the two chip styles. And I can check that. But I want to get PC-DOS 6.1 installed. Let's get on. Okay, where did I put? Okay. Oh, there we go. Okay. And at least it won't count the memory for a worm boot. I'm gonna start gaining gain on the way for again the PC DOS 6.1 because this system is made well, and not even on the original system, but all the problems I've encountered. That Model 80 was easy. This 65SX has been a booger to troubleshoot, and all the time. And and that is a planar that I had with a complete model. In other words, this system here was my original complete model 65SX. And I swapped out the planar, I thought, for those stems. I thought that the planar was perfectly functional except for the SIM the fasteners for the SIM. But maybe there was something else going on. Maybe there is something else going on that that caused that. And I guess I probably don't need to install the PCMCIA support. I think just the DOS shell, antivirus DOS, central point backup, and the compression. I think everything else will be fine. Okay. Yeah, this is it's made it personal for me for all the roadblocks this is thrown up. Maybe that other planar, and so I have two planars I'll have to go through and bench. And so they and there's the variable otherwise of the NVRAM modules. There's something that could be there that definitely could be an impact. And So that'll be a good test. And then on that original planer of the one I got from Edgar Digital, I think that CPU, or that'd be the first thing I'm looking at, is it halts at postcode 01 or even earlier. It doesn't do nothing. So I need to check that a little bit further. So I have some boards to troubleshoot. And unfortunately with the 65SX, since it's less common, I do not have the spare planers like I do for the Mul 60. Got a whole bunch of spare planers for the Mul 60, and I think all of them work. But this 65SX is a little bit more rare. So, yes, I moved the BIOS ROMs from, and that's something. I could try switching the BIOS ROMs back. But there was no error, no checksum error. I can check those with the EEPROM programmer. But yeah, the BIOS ROM did follow that around. Did follow them around. But it's not the reason for the postcode halt. So I think the next planer to fix, once I get the working system here, and this is great. If it didn't boot up OS2 before, I can put a drive on there with the PC-DOS 6.1. And then I can work on the other benched planer first, since it gets farther and everything seems good. I can test all non-volatile ROM modules. I can probe out that to get that planer working. And if I get that planer working, then I put it in the case and pull that other planer out and start troubleshooting it. I just want to complete 65SX for now. But it's strange. No errors or no checksum errors. Why would that cause the system not to boot? But that's the first thing I can try. Thank you for reminding me that the BIOS chips followed the systems under test. When all I did was verify that the initial planer, it wasn't the BIOS chips on it. And I shifted the BIOS chips to the other one, and it was good. And I have to remember back on whether I had issues with that other planer other than the SIM retainers. If there's any other reason that forced me to swap the planers, and that's been a few years ago at least. I did. That was at the start of my channel that I may have done a video, and I'm not sure how I went through to bench the other planer. I just decided that it was time, and there's the bodge wires. I can go through and check that out. So we didn't have errors from diskette 2 this time. So I wonder if there were some other errors that, of course, we'll have to get to diskette 3 for that check. But yeah, and at least I have other spare parts, had the complete Model 65SX, because if I didn't, I'd still be spinning my wheels somewhere or giving up. Yeah, but I've tried to be fairly consistent in my troubleshooting too. I've tried to be looking at it from a consistent pattern. Now I'm glad I went through, rather than put the Mul 80 up here, I wanted a Mul 65SX that was working, that could boot from the hard drive. And once I get a complete system working, especially even that I didn't get OS2 to load on here and I gave it up. And this is the error that we're having before with Central Point help file. I think it comes up one more time. So but if I get one complete 65SX, boots the hard drive, boots the PC-DOS 6.1, I can run the system information tool on it for a separate small video. And I can go through and use it as a baseline to test other parts and to make sure of what works, what doesn't. And like I say, the unfortunate thing is I spent a lot of hours on the weekend here. I had other stuff to do. I had other stuff to do. I wish I was even paid by the hour for this. It'd be nice. Notice to YouTube, monetize my channel. I think that'll increase with viewers and everything else. Because okay, and disc 4 doesn't take long, and then diskette. And remember, before I did diskette 5 and it got to the end and it didn't complete on that one either. So maybe this process will go through. And you wonder, is the other OS2 trouble I had on this, is that an issue with the 65SX as well? We have just that BIOS revision 0. Maybe it's a call to put out to see if anybody has a 65SX that has OS2 install on it. And yeah, and you've got that raise now, Chris. You've got the promotion. I mean, I'd hope a promotion comes with a pay increase. And this is where it stuck before, remember? We got to diskette 5 and it did that, and it came back to this screen. And then that was it. It said, I'm not doing anything else. And all the files seem to be there, and it seems to, but it seemed like it gave you a complete. See, there's no diskette access. I'm not hearing anything from the hard drive that it seems like it's complete. I don't see anything on the screen. There's nothing beneath my webcam image. I waited this out before. You'd think it'd go through and it'd warn you, eject all diskettes from the drive and Control-Delete. So we're going to have a full PC-DOS 6.1 that's installed, bootable hard drive, have a working baseline system. Yeah, and especially from WinWorld, I can understand. Now I'll give it an autoexec.bat and all that too. Config sys. I can do all the mem maker, whatever. In fact, I've got to go through and get all the using all the expanded memory set up, the high mem sys, all the whatever it's going to take advantage of that expanded memory that's on here. And so, and I'd have to study that RAM boost and things like that on whether that goes through and analyzes the system and puts all the entries in there and config sys and everything else. So that's where we are now. We have a complete MUL65SX that boots to a hard drive, boots to the hard drive that is close to the image of what it was originally. If I'd have known and to go through and to take that hard drive out of the system and test it in this complete system from the very beginning, it would have saved me a few hours of spinning my wheels and trying to figure out things. Because for the purposes of the hard drive, we've just really come full circle around to where the hard drive was originally. And we're learning something else is impacting it booting. And I did an initial check. So when I was going through all these hours, I went into the DOS directory of the original drive. And you have to remember that it is, and I probably have a pass statement too. So the one thing I did is I checked for any of the basic stub files. And these were typically included with the early versions of PC-DOS that that allowed it to, and I have to check for PC-DOS 5 to make sure that those files are there for that too. I want to get into, in fact, let's go through to, okay. And here's the PC-DOS. I have the basic stubs in in these directories. I have for PC-DOS 3.30 and PC-DOS 4.00. I have the basic programs, and that basic directory is the sample programs that came out with the PC. Okay. And if the PC-DOS version 5 has later versions, I want to analyze these. I'll get these online as well. But the main thing I wanted to do was the ability to get into, it's got the version the A4.00 for the little stub. But I wanted to get into the ability to launch ROM Basic from DOS that PC-DOS 6.1 apparently doesn't have. It lacks these basic files. I've got them now. I've got them transferred over. I'll put them online. There'll be more content for that later on studying ROM Basic. So we're doing pretty good. As I say, I need to figure out. Okay, so it's central point. So we do we do learn? Okay. There's all kinds of utilities here that I'm not, and I've got manuals. I guess I should pull out the manual. RTFM, right? Um, to learn how I can go through recognize control. Didn't it tell me, or is it without the slash? Okay, no diskettes in the drive. Well, hopefully I don't. I got a boot diskettes that I can go through and correct things, at least if I get stuck. Okay. And you think it's going to go through and put auto exec. I don't know. I don't know what. I'll have to study RAM boost. I need to put the high mem sys and all that, the memory managers in there to deal with it, all the memory and everything else I have here. So, and it's 5.5, almost 5.5 hours. I did have a 10-minute leader in there that I wasn't actually live. I was just setting up. But I've been at this all day long. And I'm going to get to the point where I'm going to be able to troubleshoot, but I need to have some time away from this as well. And I need uh, to catch up and yeah, with the e-editor. Yeah, and I just, for simple simple config sys and auto exec bat, I just do a copy con and copy from the console. And I do prefer a full screen editor. I mean, I like to see what I type. The E is a whole issue, that the text editor is a whole issue to itself. Yeah, correct. I think if it would have continued through, it would have created the autoexec.bat config sys. It would have gone through and said, hey, you've got this much memory. Let's go through and put high mem sys in there. Let's go through. But yeah, this is all, I mean, this stuff is not really current anymore, but I need to learn those old things as well to kind of get by, to be able to get by in these systems. And I think we're to the point of having a complete 65SX now, but that's what I had in a way before. In fact, it's funny that by combining systems, I put the hard drive on there and I end up with a bootable drive that boots out actually fully to to the operating system instead of um, the OS2 that doesn't load at all. And I remember back before, I was so frustrated with that as it was anyway. I got through and it looped, repeated over and over, and I never got to run straight. And so it's nice having going back to a PC DOS that I'm able to have it work. And I can go through and expand from here. So yeah, I need to take a break from this to go through, and there'll be other follow-ups to that booting issue. I need to see what is the deal with that, and see. And my biggest thing, my biggest guess, is that it's going to be that non-volatile RAM. It's got to be this non-volatile RAM. And I, like I say, I don't think these are remarked, but is that the year 2000, the 13th week? That's how I read that. And you look at, these look near new. They look, those pins are, well, it helps if I get myself out of the way in two places. Those pins look perfect. I mean, that doesn't look like a pull to me. And I got 3 of them in that batch. And of course, I plugged in one of these to the planer I'm testing. Now look at this one. This one has an earlier date, looks like 89, the 23rd week. So there's 11 years of difference if I'm reading the date codes correctly. And there's even a difference in markings. God, my nails are dirty. Hands are dirty. And then look at the earlier one has this. Okay. Turn on the light. So the earlier chip has that. It has like a circuit board. And so that was the earlier design. I mean, it's not quite as smooth a surface and that hermetic seal. In fact, you can almost see in the newer chip, you can almost see a blemish there. I still think that that potting compound is not clear. It's a black color. But I'm wondering if anything is close enough to the surface to distort that. But that's the 2 kilobytes of extended CMOS. And is it possible? Do I need to go through and try the older? Yeah, I thought hey, let's try the newer chip. Okay. And it's hard to access with these with their ooh, I tweaked that bad. I tweaked that bad as I pulled it out. I didn't break any pans. I mean, but it mooshed over. And whew, I've got even my needle nose here. I wanted to look and see. You can see how I tweaked the pins. So that's got that potted chip. Maybe the other one has too many extra. Maybe it's too new. And of course, I'll have to go through a oh, those pins. And I think all these are complete. I was making a comment on the other one, how the pins were. Okay. Reference diskette. So do I want to try the other newer module again? Yeah, let's do a rolling out scenario. Well, maybe I can do these things. It's hard to reach in there. I should have had the planer out, truly. And I have more of these. I guess it's experiment time. Okay, so I've plugged that in to the planer. Okay, so that should be it's going to want to run, and I should have maybe popped the battery out of the regular non-volatile RAM chip, just so it'll go through. Okay, so changing configuration is what we expect. And remember the microchannel setup. Yeah, and I didn't realize you were in Spain. I know that Hugh has probably already left. I mean, Kevin's back east enough in Canada. East Coast, it's going to be getting late here. Okay. Because I want to make sure that this other non-volatile RAM, what is compatible in that spot. And it's best, I guess, to do like with like swap, because these other modules, maybe it just has an extra bit on there that's just not compatible. Okay. Okay, ejecting the reference diskette. I think I got the pins straight enough on, and that's going to be the module that I'm going to put on the other planer when I bench it. Okay, slow. Okay, the slow memory count. I'll bet you that might be it though. Okay. 163. Date and time. Okay. Which I don't know. I didn't move the real time clock. So it's not the 5th quite yet. Feels like it. And it is, wow. Seven. Nine. Slow memory count again. So non-volatile. SRAM. Well, for one, some of these modules, it's a 200 nanosecond. Yeah, waiting for water to boil. These are slower, despite being newer. These are slower chips that don't have the chip visual. Oh, and I'm sitting here. I didn't realize I was fully off screen again. So you're seeing me. You're hearing me, and then I'm talking about. So there it boots to with that other. So that later module doesn't seem like it matters. Um, I've got the relatively newer modules in there right now. In fact, I'm going to switch positions. I'm going to put, so we know that that works fine. There's something else to this non-boot issue. Yeah. So, okay. My headset's still going strong, has not worn me one bit at all. In fact, let me go through. I'll mute myself. Mic unmuted. So all that is tracking. I'm glad that this headset works for like hours. I've been well satisfied with it. It has good Bluetooth coverage. Works very good. Yeah, these systems have a whole. Youngsters don't know the struggle compared to these how to deal with these old systems. But I am glad that I have it booting. I've got a complete Model 65. I can go through and I can test other stuff at my leisure to find out why why it wasn't booting for that. And it could be something wrong in the planer, could be something in the ROM. I've moved the ROM around. The ROM followed the problem. So that would be one quick test. But I'm going to go through and I'm going to end the live stream. It's been absolute hours. And I've done 5.5 for this second session, I think. And then 2 for the earlier session. And so it has been a very, very long time. I started this, yeah, it's been almost 2 hours ago that I got back from my lunch and everything else. Yeah, and at least the 50Z has DBA ESDI. The earlier 50021s are absolutely horrible hard drives that are really starting to fail. A lot like the Model 30 drives I tested the other day. So I'm going to do some follow-up videos for the system information tool on the Model 65SX. I'm going to have maybe other introductory videos and or diagnostic videos and pinning down what the boot error is and try and follow through with that. There's going to be some ROM basic stuff that's going to go through. I thank everyone for tuning in. I know a lot of people bailed. I know a lot of people had other things going on. I had a lot of other things I could have done today too. Um, I don't know if it's even going to rain here locally, and I'll have to prepare for that a little bit. Um, but I'll see everyone on the flip side. I don't know what the it'd be nice to get back down to Edgar Digital too. Next weekend, maybe it's a possibility. I have to see what this upcoming week is going to be like for me. Um, and see how these live streams even go from here because I've got some plans I'll probably have to let on to. There's some things that might be changed and some of the things that might be keeping me busier. Um, but everything is going better, at least for what I know right now. And I will just, well, let's just do the outro and say this is IBM Museum. That's all I have for now. And thank you for watching, guys. Bye bye.